Good morning, good morning, good morning. What is going on? Hopefully you are doing well this morning. It's a little late, actually. It's like midday, so it should be saying good afternoon. 12:32 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here in what seems to be a heat advisory in effect, South Florida. Man, let me tell you, I got into my car yesterday and, I hardly ever leave the house. I'm usually working at home because I work from home. It's a home office kind of thing. And when I got out because I had to go pick up my dog, he had some dental work done, so we had to go do that. And on the way there, I get in my car and it said like 99 degrees. It's like ridiculous. So I start driving. It's about a 30-minute drive or so forth. And as I'm driving, I'm watching it. It first drops down to like 96, and I was like, man, it's crazy hot out here. It was really hot. And as I'm getting closer and closer I'm heading south, so I'm going towards to pick him up. I look at the temperature gauge again in my vehicle, not the car temperature, but just the temperature outside. It's 100 degrees. That's ridiculous. It was so hot. So yeah, there is a heat advisory warning here. 93 degrees outside, mostly sunny, but we are chilling in our room. And listen, if you're here for the first time, because this is only our second stream on this channel, we decided to make this new channel, and it's all about co-working, kind of working through my creative designs and my tools that I create and use. I'm running a couple of Etsy shops, just starting to get them off the ground. So it's kind of like follow my journey as I start. I've been doing this only for 2 years. Haven't really devoted as much time as I wanted to. So that's why I've kind of changing the realms from doing live streaming about gaming and, just the fun stuff to more using my time to do co-working coffee chat streams where it has to do with whatever it is that I'm working on. And hopefully along the journey, you'll learn something. Maybe you'll ask questions. Maybe you'll see some things that I will share, because I'm all about growing the community by sharing ideas, sharing how I do things, and maybe it'll help you. Who knows? If anything, maybe it'll just be interesting. But if you just want to be here for the music, that's cool too. Because for me, honestly, doing streams has since 2018 has been kind of a mental health thing for me. It's actually helped me to get me kind of in a better place. Let's say what it is. It's to break the isolation from working at home by yourself. You know what I mean? And being home. So some of us work from home and work by ourselves. And for the most part, we love it because we get to work remotely or we work for ourselves. And, it's just kind of a great thing to do. But at the same time, it does come with a lot of isolation. It does come with a lot of self-motivation, kind of being on top of things on your own, and not making sure you don't wander off and just kind of go do some fun stuff or just go to sleep. It happens. And so that's kind of why I started doing this, because I wanted to give people a reason to get out of bed, a reason to kind of just motivate them to do something, whether it's having a good conversation with a little community and laughing about things and playing a game and being silly, or if it's just talking about ideas, making plans, discussing life lessons and issues and whatever's going on, and as well as just getting you motivated to maybe starting your own little business. Maybe what talents do you have? What talents do you want to build? Because everybody's capable of doing anything. We can all do anything. So that's kind of why I do it. And honestly, it's helped me out a great deal. And I just wanted to kind of bring the focus back to why I started streaming to begin with. And I thought maybe I'll start it with a new channel. And that's what I did. So anyhow, that's why we're here. We're also doing it without any crazy blue lighting in the background. So we don't have any of our streamer lights in the back. This is the room as it is. This is the natural light that's in here. It's not too sunny right now, so we might need to turn on our light. But for the most part, this is the natural view of the room, which hasn't been seen like this in many, many years. Anyhow, let's go ahead and get started. I'm just going to focus in on a couple of things I got. Every so often, I'll probably narrate what I'm doing. I tend to talk to myself a lot. It's kind of what I do. So sit back, enjoy, relax, do some work, ask some questions, whatever you got. If not, just Do your thing. I'm here. All right, let's get started. So this morning I got to work with Codex a little bit because we have to work on our timer, our widget. There's a couple of things that we have to fix on it. I'm going to go to multi-screen for a second, just to get some things set up. Just checking on this light because it is getting a little cloudy out there, I think. There we go. I'll do a natural light. Little ambiance. That way I'm not so in the dark. Although dark is better. Gets to hide all my wrinkles. Okay, so this is kind of what we're working on right now. So I'm just going to take a moment to explain what I'm doing here. Let's go over to monitor 1. So one of the things that I built, and you know, when I did, I guess was Monday, we did our first stream on this channel to test everything out, make sure that everything was set up properly. And I made the mistake of staying in the multi display, like the multi-view display where you see both monitors. And sometimes I forget that when I bring up something, it might be too small in those monitors. So I have to make sure that I do like this, like that you can see everything. So sometimes I have to switch my my view. So if I want to discuss something, instead of trying to discuss it in this view, which you can see it okay, but sometimes you can't read it, certain things. So that's okay. So every so often we'll switch back and forth. But what we're doing here is that we created this, we talked a little bit about this before, we created this overlay for a timer. And the timer basically will be going over our multi display to show our task, like what we have on task, as well as the timer between our focus time and our break times. And so this is where I set this all up, because I was using someone else's before that I would have to put commands into the Twitch chat. And every time I did that, of course, you would see the commands. And I know there's a way of like going through and blocking out commands so no one sees them, whatever. But it's just having to type all that every time, like command, pause, enter task, whatever. So in this way, I made it to where I had more control of it. And I can just click and enter in what I want and pause it and switch and so forth. And so it's more of a button pressing. It's not 100% yet, because although it works. It doesn't, there is a couple of things that I wasn't doing last time, which I didn't want to have to deal with it on stream. And again, that first stream was just to kind of test everything. So today we're actually going to work on fixing it before we actually work on some mock-ups that we have. So one of the first things that I realized it wasn't doing is it wasn't doing the time, regardless of whether it said auto start next period, it was not going to the next round. Like it wouldn't just cycle through. So that's number one, we got to fix that. The second thing that I was realizing is it didn't have the scrolling effect. So I want to make sure that it scrolls and scrolls slowly. So let's start off with the first thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch back to here. Can I turn off the toggle summary? No, I don't want that. I wish there was a way of turning off. Oh, toggle sidebar. Perfect. Okay, now we can take this off for a moment. Sorry, I want to get to a point where I can show you both screens and you can read what I'm doing. I'm not hiding any of this stuff, by the way. This is just a simple way of working with codecs. So I'm going to open up multi-stream or multi-display, sorry. So that way you can see everything that's being done here. And again, so what we're going to work on is this part here. We're going to get this timer control to work properly. So in the timer control, there is an option. There's a check. It's called option. There's an option for auto start next period, right? Regardless of when, okay. I'm just going to give it some attention to which part I'm talking about. Regarding the focus session timer control. The timer stops at the end of every period and does not cycle through the break to the break. I have to, and I have to click start manually again. To get that period going. And then it stops again. Stops again. At the end. There is an option for auto start, but regardless of whether you click it or not, it still stops at the end of each period. Also noticed it is not counting down the cycle breaks or or removing them from, or removing the visual dots from the cycle. Okay. Separate issue. Separate issue on the, now we're going to do the task list. On the task list, it is not scrolling. It wasn't allowing me to change this, right? Is this what the problem was? Oh, now it is allowing me to change it. Okay, perfect. There's a separate issue on the task list. It is not scrolling slowly through the list of tasks when there is more than the visible task limit set. It should be a slow scroll. And I am still considering whether it should loop back to the top of the task list, or just easily easily fade back into the top of the list. You can make that decision as to which would be better. Yeah, let it do some thinking on its own, right? Okay, I think that was the main thing that was going on. Okay, I think that's the main thing. So let's go ahead and let that run. So while we're doing that, let me just show you this. So this is the, by the way, this doesn't work for anybody else, just only works for me. So this here is basically the task list, right? So it's supposed to show up on the bottom right-hand corner here. And obviously right now I have it off. So only problem is I can't refresh this from here, which really is terrible. So I'm going to actually change the way I do this, and I'm going to add, because the reason why is like, if I want to refresh this, I'm going to go off the screen for a second. I actually have to go to here and do this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this instead, and I'm going to bring it over to that multi-display, and I'm going to add it to this one. So when doing that, I'm going to turn off this, and I'm going to put this one instead in its place. Because now at least I have control to where I can refresh this. I'll show you what I mean. So see, now there it is. So this is what we're talking about. So it's going ahead and it's tracing this. So now we see that. Now the other part that I'm going to go ahead and grab. And again, I'm going to go off screen for a second so I can just grab it from the focus timer. I'm going to grab this one. Then I'm going to go back to our multi-display because you couldn't see it over there. And I'm going to paste this here. Now, the only problem with this one, I have to refresh it, is that it's right in the center. So this is the one, that's that one down there. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this. I know you're not seeing this on the session, but that's okay. So you see it's right there. So I'm going to take this one down at the bottom here, and I'm going to close this one out. Oops, wrong one. Lock that one in place. I'm going to take this focus timer one, turn that off, grab this one, and I'm going to put this one in place. We're going to lock that there. Okay, so there we go. So that's the way it's supposed to look. And like I said, we're going to put in new tasks, and then we're going to test them to make sure that it's going to scroll. So that's how that works. So ideally, what we want is when we have more than 5 tasks, which technically I'm going to try to keep only 5 tasks on the list, because we're going to try to do only 4-hour streams, but we'll see. But if I have that, then, and if it scrolls more than 5, then I'll be able to see it scroll. Number 2 is that we want to make sure that the focus session on the side here on the bottom next to me is going to actually go ahead and at the end of every session, it's going to reset. And so that's what we want it to do. So what it's doing right now is it's saving, let's see, saves, the saved state confirms auto start is currently true. Perfect. So this is not a missed checkbox save. The weakness is the period transition model. It only tracks completed cycles, also draws 10 dots. Yeah, I see that. Has no explicit session target or remaining cycle state. So that's the problem right there. It's missing a state. So if you know anything about programming, there is different states that the program can be in or the application can be in. And depending on which state it's in, and I'm not going to go through the different states, obviously, but let's just say one is, let's say, I'm going to say simple terms, working or rest, or one in between, listening. Let's say it's those 2 or those 3. So when it's working or loading, that's when it's doing the initial stuff. It's initializing things, it's getting all the work that it needs to do. And then when it stops, it should go into, if it's something that's waiting for a interaction from the user, it's going to be in listening mode. And I'm just using casual terms for this, by the way. This is not specific programming terms. So it's going to be in a listening state. So therefore, when something interacts with the application, it will then pick that up and be like, oh, I got to do something. And then we'll go back to working state. If it's done working and it doesn't have a listening state, then it's going to be at rest. Basically, I'm done. I'm not working. I'm resting. I'm done with my job. So there, it's in a state where it's not going to accept anything else. No matter what you do, it doesn't interact with it. So the system has to have something that's kind of in the listening state when you interact with it, that it knows what to do at that point with whatever it is you're interacting with. And at this point, there was no explicit session target or remaining cycle state. So that's one of the issues there. So let's let it do its work. And while that's going, I'm going to see if I can add the chat view to my scene here, Doc. Chat, there it is. That way I don't have to have 2 windows open. Okay. So we got that going, and this is working. So we could wait for this to be done, or we can get ready for our other area. So let's go ahead and switch to Wanderer 1. We're going to minimize this because we don't need it. We're going to minimize this right now. And so let's find our other work that we need to actually work on today. I need to move this to a new folder now at some point, but this is the area we're working in today. I should actually make a new folder for this because we have everything laid out here on its own. So let's do new folder, Storybook Dragon. Okay, Storybook Dragon Collection. And then we're going to grab all of these. So we got the pillow, we got the seasons, we got the interactions, we got the Minky, we got the extra dragon designs. Let's go ahead and cut those out of here. We're going to put them in one simple folder here. That way they're all centered in one place. I'm going to go back in here, make sure I have everything. I've been dumping, whenever I work on this stuff, I've been dumping a folder basically in my downloads folder, because that's where everything goes to first. And then once it's all ready to go, then I move it to the real existing folder, which will be in the gallery collection. I got to do the same thing for the old world. We need to finish that one. We got some mock-ups to do there. So this is the dragon. This is the nursery. Script fitted sheet. I think we need this one. What is this? Hold on. I don't remember what this is. Oh, see, this is the folder we're supposed to be using. Oops, shame on me. So this is, yeah, we're supposed to be using this folder. So we're gonna, this is actually the production folder. So, you know what? That's probably a good idea to move this over. See, this is where I get crazy. I need to start putting things in the right place. So this is all for the fitted sheet. So when we're ready, that's where we put everything at the end. And then we'll drag that somewhere else. Okay. I got you. So this is still working on the other. Let me just take a quick peek. We're still working over there. Okay. We're gonna need printify. Give me 1 second. You just log in. Ooh, that's bright. I don't even know if we need this light right now. Let's keep it like that. It's nice and chill. log into this. Okay, so this is the one we need to work on. Is it SDE? I think it's SDE, right? Not SBE? I think it's SDE. Okay. Right back to that. So what we're doing is we want to center this a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. I should be able to grab this entire thing. Actually, even better. I don't want to have to move anything. So I'm looking at what's obviously center. That's it, it's about there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it. I'm going to make that into a smart object. Turn that off. I'm going to go back to this one. I'm going to see if I can remove all of this, because I just want the background. So we want to remove all of it. I don't know if this is going to do it, because usually we can remove one thing at a time, but in this case we're removing everything. So that's actually good. And the reason I'm doing that is because I want to keep this background, and then I want to be able to move this to where it needs to be. And then that way it has that background. Now there is a little bit of, I can see a little bit of change on the right side there, but that's okay. In fact, let me see, before we do this, if I can remove the background on this one. So let's duplicate that layer. Turn this one off. I'm going to go to this. I'm going to remove the background of this one, but it's probably going to remove some things. So let's see. I hate doing it this way. So remove background. Let's see what happens. So I don't like the way it does that. That's kind of weird. What is that? Let me see something. Oh, because in the middle it's that. Got it. Oh, so I can't do that. So let's do it a different way. I got it. Don't duplicate. This is what we do instead. We're going to merge these two together. Okay, now we're going to get rid of this line here. I want to see if it generates just a background. You probably can't see this on the screen, but there is definitely a weird line there. So we're just trying to get rid of that line. Do the same thing up here. I'll get close so you can see. See, now you can't see it. So up on top, it has a little bit of a line. Can't really see it, but I can see it. So we're going to do this. Before we do that, let's merge these two together. Now we're just going to grab this line here. Okay, that's a little cleaner. There's another way of doing this, but I'm going to do it this way. Merge those two layers. Then we're going to grab this side. Okay. Merge those two together. And I think the bottom might be okay. Let's just take a quick peek. It's a slight line right there. Yeah, there's a little bit of a line. So let's go ahead if we can just get that little piece here. Okay, that's gone. Now you could like use a smudge tool. You can erase it and then start it over. But I find that a lot of times when it's just a background that's a parchment background like this, and you just want it to look the same, it tends to do okay. It tends to clean it up nicely. Now this is going on a fabric, so you won't even see it. But I'm a little bit of a perfectionist when it comes to this kind of stuff. I'm like, I know the line is there. I want to remove it. Okay, so this is ready. I'm gonna go ahead and all I have to do is save this because then it will take over that one. So I'm gonna say yes. And there it is. Okay, perfect. Now, what we want to do next, I almost feel like this needs to be bigger, but it's okay. It's gonna be fine. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. So what we're going to do next is we're going to use... Oh, crap. I turned off Codex. Come back, Codex. There we go. Okay. So Codex is done. We're going to come back to that in 1 second. Let me just... upgrade these, what's called upscaling. So we're going to grab both of these. We're going to upscale them. Oh, there was an error. Close. That's weird. Ooh. Check for an update. Very strange. Okay, we'll grab one of them at a time, see what happens. Let's use one. Ooh, there's an error. Oh. Okay, now I gotta check why my license isn't there. All right, we will do that in a moment. Close. We'll do that in a moment. Let's come back to that in a second. So we're gonna go back here. So let's see what it did. So remember, we're fixing this here. So according to what it's saying, it says it implemented in the local solution as a 0.4 version. Nice. Auto start the next period. Now advances focus breaks focus automatically. Complete a focus period. Removes one cycle dot. The final focus period stops intentionally and displays session complete. Added focus cycle per session to timer control. Okay. Task overflow now scrolls slowly and continuously pauses at the bottom. Existing short scroll settings migrate to 20-second duration. Oh, then it fades back up at the top. I missed that part. Existing short scroll settings migrate to a 20-second duration. All right. We'll see how that works. No task or save studio data were removed. All 26 automated tests. Test passed. You're currently running server still has an old code. Restart it. Okay. So we're going to restart this. And basically the way we do this is we go over to this window. And we're going to Control C to stop it. Then we're going to do npm start. And that way it restarts. So the service is running local on my system. All right, we're going to minimize that. We don't need that. We don't need this right now. And then we need to get back to here. And now we do have to do a Control F5. That's a hard reset. Or actually, when you do F5, it kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for? Is it reset? Do you reset the page? But anyways, this is a hard reset. They call it a refresh, yeah. So that's a hard one. All right. So now we want to see if this works. So what we're gonna do first is we're gonna go ahead and add these. So show, and show. We're gonna go back to multi-display because this is where we get to see it. I'm going to refresh this in a moment after I save. I don't have to save. Oop, sorry, didn't mean to do that. Okay. Okay, so now it's refreshed. So there it goes, it's scrolling. So it is scrolling slowly. That's actually good. I don't mind that. Do we have a way of controlling the scroll? Scroll list, 20-second duration. Okay, let's try a 15-second duration instead. Save settings. And let's see if it does it faster. So it's a little faster. Let's do 10. So we change that to 10. Save settings. Ten looks better. And I guess you increase it based on the number of items that you have showing. So that's good. Okay, so for example, so how does it fade back? Let's see. Okay, that's good. So it fades back to the top and then it starts again. So that is, I like that better. Now let's check the timer. So what we'll do is we'll do a 1 minute time. So let's do focus time for 1 minute. And then we'll do break times for 1 minute. And we'll do 2 focus timer cycles. Focus cycles per session. I don't know if that's going to work. Let me see. Okay, so now we're going to do, let me refresh the focus. All right, so it's at 1 minute. It's got 2 cycles. It's paused. And we're looking at, if you're not seeing what I'm seeing, it's on this side, right? It's this window right here that we're looking at, the one that says 1. And we're going to test that now. So I'm hitting start, and there it goes. So it's going to start. So what we're looking for is that after it finishes the 1 minute, it should actually, that one right there, it should actually cycle to the break time for 1 minute. It will remove one of the cycle buttons, the little cycle things. And by the way, that's a little bit too big right there. I think I need to adjust that. Give me a second. Okay, we'll use that. All right, perfect. So anyways, so right here, so we're at 19, 18. It's going to count down. And as soon as it gets to 0, it should go into break. And then it should keep counting. That's what we're looking for. I think the next thing I'm going to have it do is play a sound. All right, so let's see. Oh, okay, perfect. So now it says break time. And it's counting on the break. And notice right underneath it, there's only 1 cycle remaining. So it did remove them. So that's good. All right, so that's working out. So we'll see if it does through the, we're going to let this run to the next 2 cycles to see, or the next 1 cycle to see if it actually works. I need to get my Discord up. Give me a second. So I think I'm going to tell I stopped streaming on the other channel because I've been so focused on this one. And it's not that I'm completely done streaming on Nordwulf Live. I'm only going to really stream there when I'm going to play games. And so that really is kind of like, you know, maybe once or twice a week at most. And whenever I have free time. So what I want to do is I haven't told anybody other than one person that I made a new channel. They knew. There it goes. It's doing. Okay, so it's complete. So that worked out perfectly. So that right there is exactly what we wanted. So that's good. Let me just send a message real quick, and then we'll see if we can get it to play a sound next. Otherwise, I think it's done. Let's see. I'll do this in Zoo Chat. It's funny because I'm writing this message, and I'm kind of like, so, you know, I've been missing for a little bit. I would say, I don't know, maybe about a week or so, or a few days. I just haven't done anything on the channel, and so it's like, hey guys, sorry I've been missing for a bit. I have a few things going on in real life, which I do have some things going on in IRL. So, yeah, I'm not going to get into that now, but. Also ramping up my work schedule to get things moving. The days of just playing all the time are coming to an end. And Nord really needs to start bringing in some funds. Bringing some funds in. Bringing in some funds. If I want to keep. Yeah, if I want to keep streaming our regular game streams for fun. A big new change. So one of the reasons I've stopped doing it on Nordwulf Live also is because a lot of people that follow me on Nordwulf Live are basically more game oriented. And even though there are some people that are there for me per se, I think it's mostly, you know, a crowd that wants to see, you know, watch me fail at games for fun. And that's usually what I do. And it's all, I get to laugh. I get to have a good time. It's good to cut loose sometimes. But, you know, I've got serious things to do too. So I don't know if this is their style of stream that they'd want to be watching or hanging out with. But if some of them are working, you know, and they want to just have some chill music in the background, maybe a little conversation break in between, then this will work out for them. So I'll make that available. New change. Only made a new Twitch streaming channel for the co-working. For the co-working / coffee chat streams. It's dedicated to work. It revolves around it's centered around my design, my creative. What is this centered around? I know I wrote it down here somewhere. This way I'm not forcing it on you if you only interested in the game stuff. That's Nordwulf Live. Okay. There we go. So again, not sure. I put it out there. I said, you know, basically the difference is I finally made a new Twitch streaming channel for the co-working and coffee chat streams. It's basically centered around my creative work, building designs, apps, and other stuff. This way, I'm not forcing it on you. If you're only interested in the game stuff, that's Nordwulf Live. But if you're cool with hanging out while we work and explore new ideas together and just chill, Nordwulf Designs might be for you. I'm actually streaming there right now. So this way, I don't feel like I'm not abandoning anybody. You know, I like my little community of people. I just feel I don't want to, you know, kind of like push something else on them. And if they're interested in this kind of thing and they want to hang out, then they'll come here. And if not, then we know who's not interested in this, and that's fine. And again, it doesn't really matter. Like I said, I'm okay with building this channel from scratch and see where it goes. In fact, I've already grabbed a couple of little stream excerpts from the first testing stream that we did here that I could actually use for YouTube. So it serves that purpose as well. So I'm really excited about that. All right, so this is actually working. So let's go ahead and use the cycle. So I'm going to switch over. So this is what we're doing. So now, as you can see, we can see both. And I want to make sure that I have this big enough where you can read, because when I looked at this before, it wasn't legible. And that was not good. So now I'm looking at it, it looks fine. So now we did that. That means we can use our focus session time. So let's go ahead and set it up to 50 minutes. We're going to give ourselves 4. Well, you know what? It's going to restart in a second, but give ourselves 4 cycles at 10 minutes for now. See how that works out. Enable break timer. And also start the next cycle. I'm going to save the timers. And that should work. So we'll go ahead and start that. We'll let it go from there. So one of the things that I want to check is, can we add a bell sound or something that triggers when when a timer session ends, when a cycle session, when a focus session or break session ends, gets to 0. When it ends, you know what that means. I think it should be the same sound. Yeah. Then maybe a different sound trigger. When all cycles end. And also a sound when something is checked as complete. On the task list. And a different sound when all tasks are completed and the progress bar hits 100%. Okay, let's let it run that. So this is technically running now, so we're good here. I'm going to add one since we are doing... Oh! Now, I did notice that it's not letting me add a task. Let's see if it's... Okay, so it's not letting me add a task. So we'll fix that in a moment. So one of the things that we were doing yesterday... the other day was we fixed these other ones that were locked. So now we're going to make sure that we are able to, unlock the list. That's what it was. That was my bad. I forgot I added a lock to this. Okay. So now we're going to add one, say, adding sound triggers to test timer, focus sessions. So we add that. It's all the way at the bottom. We're going to move this up. There we go. Okay, so it's up there. Let's see if that works. What's going to be interesting is that if it's going to be something that can be heard over the music. So I'll probably have it on system sounds, and then that would be better. Okay, so that's going fine. Let's go back to the other one. So we'll minimize this and we'll switch over to... Now we need to add this focus timer onto... Yeah, let me grab this focus timer. We need to add this to monitor 1 and 2. It's actually there right now. It's working. I don't know if that's the right one. Okay, so that refreshed itself, but... All right, we'll leave it. Is that the same thing that's over here? Okay, so that's there too. All right, perfect. So over there, upper right-hand corner, we have the focus timer. So it's actually counting down, so that's good. So we can always see our timer regardless of where we are. Okay, so let's go in here. And what we need to do is go back to our storybook things and want to see what's going on with our gigabyte. So I might have to do multi-display for this. Let me check my email for a second. That may be the best way of doing this. So bring this down for a moment. It's still working, so we'll let this finish up while I check my email so I can see what's going on with my gigabyte. By the way, I had ChatGPT connected to my Gmail and my Gmail and my Google Calendar, and it's been so great at like managing my calendar and also managing my emails, letting me know if anything is important. It organized it. It set everything, like I have like no messages in my inbox except for anything that comes in daily. Like the only thing I have in there now is any mail from yesterday and mail from today, and so I can just go through that, or I can have it say, hey, put this in the right folders, or make the rule. So it already has everything in labels. It's so cool. Let's see if I can find gigabytes. Topaz Labs, Gigapixel, that's what it's called. I always forget what it's called. I do have a license, so I don't understand why it's telling me, you know, my license is not on there. Maybe it's because I refreshed something, I'm not sure. Here's the orders and receipts. Maybe that's it. Okay, so that is my invoice. Subscription renewal. That was already done. Let me just double check. Just want to make sure I'm not giving out my license anywhere. So what the heck's my license? Yeah, it renewed already, so I don't know why my license is not there. So I just have to check to make sure. Okay, so did we get sounds? All right, let's see. I think we did get sounds. Okay, great. All right, so we got sounds. We're gonna have to refresh that in a moment. Give me 1 second. I need to check my account for Topaz Labs. It should be this one. Okay, yeah, my license is valid. So where is my license? All right, hold on a second. I'm gonna just move this over for a moment so I can see it. I'm already logged in, so I don't know why. I'll log out and log back in. Yeah, everything's working. Let's see. Yeah, I updated in March, so I am updated. So I just want to make sure. So that's good. Close that. Continue. All right, so once again, pictures, screenshots. Keep getting an error. on processing. Every time I drag an image into the it gives me an error about processing. I tried selecting a different model, but it happens again. But it keeps happening. But the error keeps happening. Okay. Yeah, so I'm not sure what's going on here because look, watch. If I do low res, same thing. So I'm not sure if it's doing it or not. So if I did export one, it's going to tell me I can't do it. So there's definitely something going on. I don't know what it is. I'm going to try a different image. Let's see if it does that. So can we close out this image? Close. Okay. So if I try, I'll just go for something random, like this one. Same thing. So it's not, so yeah, I don't know what's going on. That's weird. I need that to work because one, it's a paid product, and two, that's what I use to upscale my designs. Okay, so let's go back to, in the meantime, we'll go back to the solution here. We need to see if this worked. So Control C to end, Control npm start to start it again. This might refresh my start. Let's see, my timer. Okay, it didn't refresh my timer. That's good. All right. What happens if I refresh this? Okay, that's good. Now there should be a sound when I complete something. I didn't hear a sound. Let me pause my music. Just going to pause the music for a second and bring up the system. I didn't hear a sound. So, let's see. Let me see what it did because I do not hear a sound. I wonder if it's giving me a new... No, they're all there. Okay. So for version 0.5, 4 distinct sounds now play. Focus or break period ends. 2 note bells. All focus cycles end. Longer completion chime. Individual task complete. Short conversion. Nope. Do we have to set a sound? Hold on. My headset just went crazy. There we go. It's back. Test period bell. Test session bell. Let's see. It's there. Okay. Hold on. We got to stop this. We got to stop the music for a second. Which is the volume for it? Is it this one? Okay, so there it is. So that's that sound. So that is working. It's all the way up. Okay, that one works. That's when we finish everything. All right, so how come when I complete this, it doesn't work? Let's see. That didn't work, though. All right, let's test a session bell. We need to sound louder. Oops, sorry, gotta set it. Save settings, save settings, save timer settings. Test period bell. Okay. So that all works, but I'm not hearing it when I do the other one. Let's see. Okay. The testing buttons work. I might have to put on a different sound also. Let's go back to the music, sorry. The testing sound buttons work. But when I clicked on a checkbox to mark a task as completed, no sound played. Fix it. Fix the thing. Make the thing go ding. You make it go ding. What's cool about this, I haven't done it yet, is that I can do a new session and then I can have multiple sessions, so I can change my task list to, like, you know, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I could do whatever. Or I can do you know, like maybe a session for special days, whatever, maybe a special project, maybe even have project lists. So we just change the task list to the actual project list. So I love this tool. This is like one of my favorite tools I've made so far. All right, so we're gonna wait and see if it allows us to fix that. Fix it, make it work, make it do the thing. Make it do the sound that it goes ding. All right, so that's going. While that's going, then we need to figure out what we're gonna do about upscaling. So I think what we're gonna do we'll try this. So when we open this up, it's 72 dpi. Now, if I take this, see, this image is fine though, especially for what we're printing it on. This wouldn't be fine for the canvas, but I do have an upscaler for the canvas, which we can deal with that in a moment, but that's not what's important. So what we could do is we'll go over to downloads for a second. What is this? Get rid of that. By the way, I had to remove Stream Elements from my OBS because it started crashing my system. Like, it wouldn't start OBS for some reason. I was messing around with the vertical last night to do some vertical streaming, but when I went to open it up this morning, it did not work. This is the Minky Lovey template. All right, so this is what we need. So this is what's going to happen. I'm going to switch over to all right, so this is the directions that we need. I'll make this a little bit bigger so I can see what the heck I'm doing. All right, so according to this, it says art should extend to the red bleed line to avoid any white areas. So we need to go all the way. The black lines represent the finished product size. But products with the seams will also have seam allowance dotted line. Wait a second. So save print areas here, product size is there, but it wants it to go all the way to the bleed line to avoid any white areas on the product, which makes absolutely no sense because of the fact that you're saying that the product size is the black line, but I have to make it go all the way out. So that changes how I design this. And that's what we got to look at now. So for example, if I take this and I drop this in here. Oh wait, let me make sure I'm putting it in the right place. Yeah, I don't like the way they did this. This is not cool. And first of all, what is all this crap? Turn that group. Okay, that's the group. Product is 12 by 11. The bleed is 14 by 13. So that's the bleed. 12 by 11. Okay. Let me turn that off for a second. So what I want to do is I want to get to, these are the labels. We'll leave the labels for now. So this is template art. So this is different than what it was saying before. Recommended safe area for design text that must stay inside the seam. This is the seam. And then this is where it ends, I believe. These are different directions. Be sure that the art touches the red bleed line to avoid any white areas. I mean, yeah, okay. So now I'm curious. So if I'm going to put my design here, this is the back of it, by the way. Say yes. Okay. So my biggest problem with this, oh, I didn't even realize that. We need to cut that out. We need to cut all of that out. Oopsies. Why is that there? Wait, that is odd. What is going on here? Hold on a second. Oh, okay. I'm saying that was cutting off my stuff. So going with what was on, which was this one here, it's telling me my main design should be here. But according to this other one, that's a seam line. Okay, so the seam line is right around there. Art should be there. This is where the seam ends. So this is the way it's supposed to be. All right, I got this. I got this. This is not perfectly square, so we're gonna get it perfectly squared, and then we're gonna fill in. So this is the safe design. Make sure everything's in the safe line. Is there a centering here? Yeah, there it is. Okay. So that's the safe. Safe. Okay. So what I have to do now is I'm going to have to go to this, and I need to add an area here. I could redo all of the you know what I could do, and that way it just keeps making them bigger and bigger. Nah, I don't want to do that. All right, let's just fill in this area. Generate fill. This is one thing that Photoshop does right now. This is really good, is generating the fill when it comes to background things. But when it's plain backgrounds, it actually works really well. The problem becomes, why did it leave that? The problem becomes when it's more of a, that's wrong, hold on. Okay, how come I can't just, it's so annoying. Let's just delete it. Let's try that again. It didn't grab all of it. That's so weird. Let's try that one more time. Generate. Like I'm missing a top piece. Like, why is it missing a top piece? Okay, I don't like that. I need a plain one. Ah, crap. So the plain one's good. That's dirty. Let's do that one. Okay. So now let's go ahead and merge those two together. So I have to do the same thing for this area right here. Okay. That's fine. As long as it's the same color, that's all we care about. And it's not some weird like shapes on it or something. Do the same thing there. So that looks fine. Can I make this a little bit bigger? Yeah, there we go. So I can actually see what I'm doing. So we're going to leave those. And the fact that it's already generating what it generated makes it a lot easier too. Sorry, my mouse moved. Okay. So they wanted to go all the way to the end in the event that, for whatever reason, this is what I don't like about this. Let me explain this. So this company offers this template, and they're telling us, based on their information here, if you can't read it now because the dragon is there, but based on this information, they're saying the blue line is, I'll do the labels. The blue line is a safe print area because there's a little seam around this. I get that part. So put the image that you want in this area here. The product size is the black image, is the black rectangle. That's how big the actual product is going to be. Then they said that the artwork, like the whole file, has to go all the way up to the red line, the bleeding, in order to not have any white on the product. Now, what I'm having a trouble wrapping my head around this is, and tell me if I'm crazy, if you're telling me that the product part is all the way to this black line, this black rectangle, but I have to go all the way to the red line in order for you to not get any white on it, that's kind of like, man, how much are you leaving? So the actual product size is not the product size? But I think the reason why they say that is because chances are somebody's going to try to put, they're not going to go all the way beyond the black line. So they'll go like a little bit beyond it. And then what happens is then they end up possibly getting some white. I don't know if that makes sense, but this is the way they cover their butts and say, go all the way up to the red. But that's, you know, it is what it is. So therefore, so I'm done with that. I can turn off all these labels and overlays. You have to turn them off before you save them. I don't know if it tells you to do that, but I'm still doing it. And so this is the back. So we're going to save this, export as, and I'm going to export that as a JPEG. And I'm going to export it to my Dragon Collection, Dragon Minky. And I'm going to leave it named as that. But I'm going to write, I'm actually going to write back on this. And it's not going to be named that. SDB, Storybook Dragon. Back, Minky. Take away 112. I love my 12 because it's at the end. Baby Lovey blanket. All right, so we're going to leave it there. And we're going to create this. So export. And so in case you're not seeing, so that gave us another file over here. So we're going to make this big. So now we have that file. So now we have to take this one and put it in the same place. We're going to put it down here. And we're going to do the same concept. It's going to be within this place here. Now it is already there. I don't want to make it too big because, like I said, this is a product of it. So it's in the right area. So what I want to do is I'm going to end up making this beyond here. So I'm going to select a little bit more only because I wanted to really get that color. and it already has it on the top and the bottom, so this should be fairly simple. There we go. So that's good. So now we're going to go ahead and select both of those, merge that layer, and then we're going to do this side. Now, at first I thought that I wanted to put a little border around this, but I don't think I do. I think I want to keep it simple. I could add the cute border from the back. This one. But I don't think I want to do that. And the front and the back are two different colors, by the way. It's okay. Don't get crazy. All right, so we got that. We're going to merge those two together. And now we're going to export this one after we turn off these grids. And again, this is print area, product size, full bleed. Okay. Yeah, this guy's they didn't do a good job on this template PSD that they have here, but you know, whatever. I'm not going to fault them. Export as, and this is the export. We're going to go ahead and export this. We're going to name it Storybook Dragon and underscore fronts. Minky. It doesn't have to be capital letters. Take the 112 off. Okay. So now we have both of those. Perfect. We're going to go ahead and close this out. We don't need this anymore. Let's see what happened here. The problem was the automatic task sound once played. Okay. So let's go ahead and fix that real quick. It's saying it fixed it now. So we're going to go here. Sorry. We're going to go here. We're going to control C this to stop the service. And then we're going to start it again. We're going to go here and restart this. Refresh that. Refresh that. Okay. I'm going to pause the music for a second so I can hear if this actually worked. So let's pause that for a second. So if I check this off, there it is. Okay, you didn't hear it? Oh, let me make sure you hear it. Yes, there we go. Okay, so now we got this going. So I'm going to lower this music down for a bit. Okay, so that is working. Yes. Very good. All right, so that's done. So we're done with this task. We can close out Codex for now because we don't need Codex for the rest of this session. So let's go ahead and close that out. And the task list we will keep open as needed. This we can bring down. Close that out. Close that out. Okay. So now we can focus on the next part. Ah! Why did it pause? Why did it pause? Hold on. It didn't run through. Why didn't it run through? Did I not set it properly? Oh man, I'm losing my mind. No, I did set it properly. What did you do? Man, I must have done something. All right, well, we're on a break time, so let's switch to break. Man, that was a little crazy. Okay, we're on a break time anyway, so let me switch over to a break, and we can do a little chit-chatting here. I need a timer on this one, though. My focus timer isn't working on this one, so I'm going to remove it. Let me grab it from the other place. There it is. Okay. That at least gives us a break time. So basically what's happening right now is we've been working on this, we've been working on these two collections. One is the Storybook Dragon Nursery. And we started off with a nursery blanket for this one. And it was like a velveteen plush, a regular small velveteen plush blanket that we made. And it's had a sleeping dragon in it. You guys have probably seen it if you're watching stream for a while. And if you're following my Nordwulf Design Instagram, which I have to set the channels up here so that you can see those. But anyhow, all the links are below in my about. But we made this blanket and we wanted to create kind of a collection around it. We're like, let's make a pillow, like a lumbar pillow for moms when they're nursing or when they're just rocking their baby. They want a nice lumbar pillow behind them. So we did that. Then we said, we need a crib sheet. So the crib sheet was the hardest one because it was a pattern. And so we did a tile pattern for that. Then we also made, and by the way, the lumbar pillow is two-sided. So we did a design on one, like the main design on one. And on the back side, we did a pattern design. And then we made this Minky that we're actually just making the printify product right now. So we have a front and a behind, which you just watched. The back one is like a pattern of 5 interactions. And the front one is just a sleeping dragon with a little bird on it. So the Minky is a little blanket that the child like suckles on or holds or carries with him or her, not it. And so that's what we made that. Other than that, we wanted to create like canvases, like wall art canvases for the nursery room that has the same theme. So we were going to use, at first we were going to do like just a big 24x36 of the sleeping dragon without the words, because it says little fires grow here. So it wouldn't have any words. It would just have the sleeping dragon on a nest with the eggs and the vines around it. And we have that one ready. So that could be the main one. But when we were making this, the interactions for the kind of the curiosity of life when the little dragon gets up, we found that those interactions were so cute. We made those on Monday and we're like, these could totally be the wall art ones because they're simple little pieces that you can like 4 of them or 3 of them and they would work out. Now we also have like a 3-panel ones, very thin panels. I think they're 10x20s and they're very illustrated and we can use those as well. So canvas wise, we have a lot of different options for the nursery theme, for this specific nursery theme. So we have all that, and that's what we've been working on when it comes to this particular collection. And separately from that, there was another collection that we started that was called the Old World Society. And that one, if you see it on our Instagram, you'll notice that it's kind of vintage, old school, like old style back in the day of animals. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. Animals as people. And so they're wearing, they're working jobs. They're actually citizens of this old world society. And so we started with 4 of them. Now we have a list of 20 that we can make, and we were thinking of making them, but I want to start off with 4 to see how that collection does. And it's what's interesting is that at first I thought it was a man cave kind of thing, because it's a masculine kind of vintagey feel. But then I realized that it's really not man cave, because when you think man cave, you think sports, gaming, sports memorabilia, any type of gaming. You think, guy stuff like a bar. So it's very masculine, like space. This is more scholarly masculine. So it's like for a library, a study, in an office, kind of that kind of vibe. For someone that's into writing or old school, like vintage writing stuff. Because if you think about the characters that we made one that's a map writer, a map cartographer, I think it's called. Another one that's a writer. Another one that's the archivist. I can never say that word. He archives everything, so he has books. And then the other one is a philosopher that's just reading by a fire and so forth. So that's the bear, the wolf, the fox, and the stag. Those 4 animals represent those things. So it doesn't really fit a sports man cave, or even a man cave like for gaming or something else like a bar. It may fit a bar, it may fit a poker room, but it's more scholarly. So it's going to fit the guy that is kind of a thinker, a writer, a creator, guy that's into that old vintage stuff. So it's got a little bit more class to it. I'm not saying that people with a man cave that's a sports bar is not class. It's just a different type of class. So when I realized that, I'm like, okay, this is a real specific niche that might not even attract anyone. So far it's been that it's quiet. We just released it early last week, I believe. And we're still promoting it, and we're going to see what happens. But because those 2 are the main designs I've been doing, I haven't posted anything else about like our other designs. We have the different collections of Baroque Victorian blankets. We have the rustic animals, winter life animals, for like a lodge kind of place, a woodsy more kind of place. And then we have different artworks. Like there's a series that's the mothers, like the untold stories, or kind of like the times that you don't see them, the unseen hours, because these are women that are moms that do nothing but care for their kids. Like, like you don't see when they're dealing with their child with anxiety in the middle of the night that can't sleep, and they stay up with them, holding them, that closeness, that bond. And that's this one collection that I made is about that. And I haven't really marketed that other than put it up one time. We also have the more masculine man cave ones that are for like the smoking dog. It's like basically like they're a mob. And so it's dogs, it's wolves, it's there's a tiger, there's a bear, there's a Doberman, which is so cool. And they're all smoking. They have like a cigarette on them, but it's just a classic, simple piece that the collection goes really well together. And each one of them each one of them like fills a role. Like one is the boss, which is a French bulldog, I believe. The other one is the concierge, which is basically, I think it's a concierge. I can never say that word, but basically it's the boss's right hand. Whatever needs to be done, he's going to take care of it. He's the mastermind kind of. Then there's the fixer, which is the wolf. The bear is the muscle. And then the earner, which is the guy, the money man, is the tiger. And then there's one other one. There's the enforcer, which is actually I believe I made him into a pit bull. And they all serve a role in this collection. So that's another piece that's there. We haven't really promoted that other than, posting it on my other Instagram just like once or twice or something. So those are other pieces we need to market, and there's so many other ones that tell a story that we need to put out there. But that's the whole thing. Like that's what I created this brand for. This brand is about creating like designs whether it's for artwork or whether it's for or blankets or whatever, or a mug or an ornament, for anything, but that tells a story. There's a story behind why it was created and how it's created. So that's kind of why I do what I do. I don't know. It's my thing. So as we move on with these streams and as we continue going them, not only are we going to start creating new designs and new ideas and new stories for new collections, but we're also going to go back to our current collection or our current pieces to actually either market them or, because we have to make posts for them, or for actually changing them. We might change them up. We might use them for a different medium or a different product. So we're going to definitely be seeing a lot of that. By the way, I did not hear my sound. So it's I got to figure out why the sound's not working. But let's get back to work. Yeah, because here it didn't sound at all. See, and there's the sound. We should have heard that, but we didn't hear it. So I will make sure we double check that, but we're not going to spend any more time on that right now. All right, let's get back to work. So what we're going to do now is we're going to work on the binky here, and we're going to do the front side and the back side. The binky. I call it the binky because it's a minky and a baby blanket. So it's like this tiny, I think 12 by 14 or something like that. So we want to put the front image, which we have already set up as a template. So we'll drag that in here. And it should be the correct resolution, and everything goes up to the side. So that's what's going to be showing. We don't have to do anything else to it, thank goodness. And then we're going to do the back side. And the back side's going to be this one that we were working on. And so there's the back side. So now that we have both the front and the back, and I know it's different color, don't worry about that. It's meant to be that way. I could clean it up, but I'm not going to. Not right now. We want to preview this. Oh, it's 11 by 12, by the way. So here it is. We're going to do the front first. So this is the front side. And this is the back side. Now the back side is definitely a little darker, but because it's the back side, I'm okay with that. I want it to be that way. This is the original and this is the inside. Now, I could change it up. It's not really bothering me. Now, there's the one thing I don't like is that there's no other mock-up for this. All right, so let's change it up. All right, I'm gonna change it. I'll change it. Give me a second. So let's go ahead and go here. So that's gonna work. Let's bring up. Okay, we're gonna do chat. I don't think we should do the. We're not gonna do this in here, are we? Let me see. The Minky Lovey blanket. This was the conversation we were having. Maybe we should keep it in here. This is where we did all the Minky stuff. I mean, it's pretty. Goes pretty long. All right, maybe we should do it in here. Hold on a second. Can you make I would like the background color of the 5 interactions image to be the same background color as the single artwork front image. using for the front of the Minky Lovey baby blanket. I want to say this instead because I was writing, I would like. Can you fix the background color of the 5 interactions image to be the same background color as the single artwork image that we are using for the front of the Minky Lovey baby blanket? So let's see if it does it. The only thing I don't like is that it's going to, it might end up changing the style. I should have said don't change anything, but I don't want it to change anything else. I'm hoping that because of the fact that I said don't change, you know, I didn't have specifically say anything other than the background color, that it should be like, oh, okay, he only wants a color change. I'll leave everything else alone. But you never know. Sometimes they don't listen. By the way, I don't even know if we had this on the list. The Minky. We haven't done the mock-ups for this one. Baby finish crib backups. Okay. There he is. Okay, it did it. It didn't change anything, so that's good. Let's download it. And I'm going to download. Now, the only thing is I have to put it back into that... whatchamacallit? Where is it? We got to put it back into that template. Because... it needs to be resized. So let's do downloads here. So we need to open this up one more time. And then this is the one we want. So I'm just going to change this to back pattern. Okay. So the only problem is it's going to be a little bit smaller. That's okay. So that's correct size. Turn all this other stuff off again. So I can't stretch it because if I stretch it, I'm going to be outside of my safe area. In fact, it's already outside of the safe area. So I have to, I got to do this all over again. Okay, that's all right. Let's go to monitor 2 and we'll do this real quick. Let's just get it to a centered spot first. So I'm noticing that to turn off these labels. These labels are in my way. As long as this fits right in there, I think we're okay, but wondering where the seam is. Where was the seam? Can we see that again? Yeah, we should make it just a tiny bit smaller. Yeah, I don't want any of the strawberries or the little design cut off. So that's actually good. If we made it bigger, it would bleed into... See, I almost feel like I think I would have spaced this out more. Now looking at what I have to work with, I want to space them out a little bit more. I'm thinking. Give me a second. Let me just make a decision on this. So right now, this is what they look like. Let me go to the other screen. So this is on the actual, on this view of when the design is on there. So it is centered, but the design is a little closer in. We could have the design spread out a little more so that we could fill up this area better. And I think I might do that. I almost feel like I want to do that. So if I do this, yeah, I'm going to have to take, okay. So let me show you how I would do this. So if I grab all of, sorry, didn't mean to do that. Actually, I don't want that. Hold on a second, I gotta do this again. I'm trying to decide what I want to move, what I don't want to move. Okay, I only want to move the dragon and this little star right here. So I'm going to take this and go to here and grab this because I'm going to need that. And I have to move that. So if I'm going to take this and then I'm going to move over. I'm just going to copy it. Oop, can't do that. All right, sorry. Wrong one. Copy, paste. All right, so now I'm just gonna drag it over for a second. So I'm thinking is I want to go there, like this. Now if I do that, then I need to get rid of the rest of that little dragon. So that's, we could do that. And then that means I'll erase this. And then after I erase it, I have to make sure that it fills in the rest. There is a way of doing that. Hold on a second. It's not a tool defined. Okay, I can still do it. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab this and I'm going to remove this area. Sorry, I'm just double checking. Okay. Let's see if I can do this. I don't know if it's going to let me do it on this one. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll grab all of this. Did I grab the star? I think I did. No, let's not do it that way then. All right, we're literally gonna cut it out. So what we'll do is we'll do this. We'll hold here. We will make this into a rasterized layer. I'm gonna say no. Go here, and then we're literally going to erase it. I just think it'd be better if we spread it out this way. I think so. I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong screen. Oopsies. What I did was I moved this over. So, if you notice, so if I put it here instead, this is what I was talking about. I was on the wrong screen. I'm so sorry. I'm so used to being on the multi-screen so I can see both things. So this is what we're doing. We're basically going to move that to here. And originally when we tried to move it, it actually did not work that way. So what we're going to do next is we're going to try to just erase this area here. And we're going to see if we can do this. It's all testing, man. It's all testing. So hold on a second. So we're going to go ahead and merge these two layers. And so what we want to do is we're going to select this area here. And this will be really fun. We have to be careful that we don't get this other stuff. I might have touched something, I think. So let me see if this works. Generates. Because there's things around it might actually add more things. So I'm hoping it doesn't. I really hope it doesn't. Okay, that's good. I'm okay with that. I think it added like 1 star. All right, so we have that. So if we're going to do that, we're going to do the same thing on this side. Let me see. Sorry, I'm just looking at what I'm moving. Okay, that messed up. Oop, that messed up. Okay, so we're gonna X this out. And then we're gonna paste it. Oh shoot, hold on. I did it wrong. So we're gonna X it and then paste it. Sorry. There we go. So we're going to put it here for now. I just want to see where this goes to this. It's about there. I'll give myself a guideline just so I know. All right, so it's about that. That's good. And outwise, I think that's kind of centered. We don't want it to be too far out, so I think that's going to be where it's going to go, but I'm seeing a problem down here. So we might have... They don't have to be exact either, but I really would like them to be. I just need to cut out a little bit from the bottom there. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to cut out some of this. It's really tight there. That's okay. It's a little different, so that's fine. All right, so turn this off for a second, and now let's see if I can actually do this. So we're going to try to fill this whole thing in. Hopefully it doesn't. I think it's going to do what I think it's going to do. Yeah, I have a feeling it's going to, but just don't do it. I hope it doesn't do it. Watch. Last time it added a whole nother dragon there. Let's generate. Because it's thinking like it needs to fill in the rest. It's looking at the whole thing. Yeah, see, I don't want that. No, that's not what I wanted. So delete that. So what we'll have to do is we're just gonna have to do it the way we did it, which is leaving it there, merging these two, link layers together, merge layers, sorry. And then we have to go in and do it. Because otherwise it tries to create like the dragon all over again. And it's not going to have the right style because it's going to do a rendition, not the actual same style that we have created. Oh crap. Oh crap. It's like driving. All right, it generates. Oh. Am I on the right one? Was I on the right one? I think I was. Yes, I was. Good. Okay. So that's perfect. Okay. So now we got to do this to this one. So move this whole thing over. I think we're moving this, but not this. So we're going to grab here. Hold on. I think we're moving this. This is backwards, upside down, so I need to understand what we're moving. Okay, so we shouldn't move. Yeah, we shouldn't move that. Hold on a second. Let me go back. Damn it. So we're not going to move that. I could probably move that separately. But the problem is that mushroom right there. Let me see if I can do... Oh, sorry. Let me see if I can do this. Yeah, that works. Okay. Let me do the next one too, so that we have everything together. We'll go back to here. Oh, damn. Back to there. Sorry, grabbed the wrong tool. So again, we're not going to move that. We are going to move the strawberry. And that strawberry. So all of that's going to move, but not this. Damn it. I definitely think that's better. Yeah, that's better. Let's merge those. Let's go back for a second so we can look at the whole thing. So if I look at these, I definitely like the spreading out more than I did on that one. I kind of feel like I need to move the mushroom. No, I think I need to move the little flowers. That's what I'm going to move. And maybe the mushrooms. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab this here. Let's go to that one. We want to grab this. We're just going to move this over just like right there. So it kind of fills a space there. And then we're going to grab this one, same thing. Same idea, same concept. And we're going to bring that little star with us. What we want to do is we want to just fill up this space right here. Okay, that's good. So let's merge those. Let's go back to this one so you can see. So what I'm doing is I'm going from making this so square to spreading them out more, so it actually looks better. So this looks a lot better now. So let's clean up those holes. So this should work. Let's see. I can do more than one at a time, can I? Let me see. I think I got it all. I have a feeling I missed a little spot there, but kind of worried I'm gonna mess up and I have to start all over again. All right, slow down, slow it down. Last one. Slow down. Whew. I thought I was going to mess that one up. Okay, let's see if this is going to work. Hopefully it gives me all solid pieces and I don't have to worry about redoing this. I mean, it looks like it's filling in white spaces, so we should be fine doing it this way. The reason, oh no, the reason why, yeah, I didn't think I was going to be able to do this. Yeah, that sucks. Okay, we got to redo this. The reason why I'm doing it this way is, did I not choose the right thing? Is that what it is? I think I was on the wrong, oh my God, I was on the wrong, yeah, I was. Okay, let me see, how can I go back? Undo. Okay. I did not select it. That's probably a problem. Let's see, let's try this again. I don't think I had to select it. So it was doing some random thing. It's like, let's add some bows. There we go. Now we're talking. Oh, that's so much better. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, merge layers. All right, perfect. So that looks a lot better spread out that way. Okay, now we just got to finish the outside. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll do this side first. Yeah, I like this a lot better. I think that the other one, let's see, I'll switch to it for a second. This one was too squarish, but not square enough. Like, in other words, there's too much space on the left and the right. So it's not equal spacing. So it looks like everything is kind of like pushed in to be in the center. Which would have been fine for like a blanket or something, because it would have been a little longer, I think, and skinnier. But no, this doesn't work this way. I do like this pattern, by the way. I almost feel like I want to make a big blanket like this, but with multiple patterns. Like, do this around the blanket. We might do that. Okay, so we got that. Let's go ahead and fill that in. Let's go back to the monitor. So we're going to generative fill this one here now. So we're just filling in the background. By the way, one of the other reasons why I'm not just dropping in a color is because if you look at this close up, you'll notice that it is not a solid color. So it's kind of almost like parchment. So we want to make sure that we keep that same effect and not just a solid background color. And that's really the reason why we're doing it this way. Because yeah, normally it's like, you know, do another layer and just drop the same color in the back of it, but it's not a solid color. It's actually like a pattern. It's like a texture almost. So we have to do it this way. That should be the last one. Oh, I don't know what I did there. Sorry about that. Okay, let's try this. Did we select the right one? I hope so. No, we did not. Cancel. See, gotta pay attention. Generates. Got to make sure we select the layer that you want to copy or generate on, so that it grabs that image, not some random one from some other one. All right, that's done. So now we can merge these. Merge layers. Make it as a smart object. All right, I think it's perfect. That's good. So we'll turn off these rectangles. And now we're going to export this. And we're going to export, and we're going to do the back one here. It's going to redo that one. And we should be done. Pink. Say yes. Okay. Now we go back to here. So we want to make sure we add the right one in, so we're not doing it from the library. Make sure I grab the right one. Okay. All right, there we go. That's a lot better. So now if we view this preview, we'll see the back. That is that's spread out so much nicer, I think. And then it also matches with the front. I think I'm gonna do something. Hold on one second. I'm gonna go to the front. I'm feeling a weight issue on the right side. So what I want to do is I think I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger. Because I'm really feeling a weight issue on the right side because there's heavier bushes over there. So I'm just kind of just pushing it over a little bit. That's better. Yeah, I was feeling it like it was too heavy on the right, so it was moved to the right too much. So I just wanted to anchor it more towards the other side. We could add words to this, but I don't think we need to. And we could also personalize this later. So that would be something that somebody might say, hey, would you write blah, blah, blah on it? And so we could do that later, but I don't think we need to right now. So that's perfect. Let's go ahead and save this product. And this is going to be an issue for me though, because we got to come up with a mock-up for this. I don't know how that's going to work. We're not going to worry about any of this writing because we're going to be redoing all of this. What I am going to take is... Oh, can I make this bigger? No, it doesn't do it in Chrome. That's right. Boom, 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 boom. Hand sewn. Hand sewn. Wow. It doesn't say how big it is. Hand sewn, durable, 1/4 inch durable seam. Okay. Save as draft. So we have the fitted sheet, the pillow, and this Minky. So we're in pretty good shape when it comes to the actual products. We have the canvases there, but we're holding off until we get that done. Let me switch over for a second. Oh, it is dark in here. We're gonna need a light. Sorry about that. It's getting dark out here. And it's cooling down, so it's gonna rain. It says 90 degrees, partly sunny. So it might be raining this afternoon. So leave this one alone for now. Go to the August plan again. This is going to be a tough one. We need to create a mock-up. We can create mock-ups for the Minky Baby Lovey blanket for the Storybook Dragon collection. So we're going to attach the front and back. I'm attaching the product mock-ups from Printify. Probably the actual product mock-ups from Printify for the front and back of the Lovey blanket. this is this that is the actual product and what it will look like when created. Okay, but here's the thing. What is the size of this thing? The size of the blanket is 11 inches by 12 inches. So it is fairly small and not meant to be carried around by the child. Like a binky. Right? Not a full size blanket. Let's come up with some good mock-up ideas. Some great mock-up ideas to include this in the collection. Okay. So this is the biggest problem I have, is that this is not a standard item that you can create a mock-up for. So it almost feels like I almost have to like buy it to actually create it. What is it? What are these things actually for? It's a security blanket. That's what it is. And that's where we want to make sure that it's using the actual images that we gave it. All right, so let's see what it's saying. This one is trickier, mostly because we treated if we treat it like a normal blanket for even a second, the mock would immediately lie about the product. At 11 by 12, this needs to read visually more like a soft little comfort cloth security levy than bedding. Correct. And looking at the actual Printify mock-ups, I think the small scale can actually become a strength. All right. The artwork feels like a tiny illustration keepsake, especially the front with the sleeping dragon and bird. I'd build the mock-up set around a little companion that goes everywhere rather than the nursery textile. Okay. So the visual. The lovely should usually be partly folded, rumpled, or naturally draped. Roughly the size of a large hand, small throw pillow face. Something a baby or toddler could actually clutch. Never stretched across a crib, chair, or child like a blanket. Photographed close enough that shopper can still appreciate the artwork. The last point matters. Mock-up idea is nursery rocking chair, probably our strongest collection lifestyle. Not draped across the chair. Okay. Small toddlers from waist, chest. Okay. Bedtime cuddle, baby toddler lying in a crib or toddler bed, holding the lovely against their chest and beside their cheek. Okay. Sorry, I'm reading these, but you can read them along. Obviously, they're on the screen. And we're gonna produce these, and we can go back and read them. But we're gonna have it create. I like the ideas that's going with Storytime Companion, Crib Rail. So we're gonna create these and see what they look like. Okay, it's doing 10 of them. I definitely want front and back specific mock-ups. Sleeping dragon, rocking chair. So it's got a rocking chair, a child carrying Lovey, bedtime cuddles, story time, toy basket, diaper bag, reading nook, product detail folded. I don't know if it's going to do a good job with these guys, I'll be honest. Let me go back for a second. I think the crucial trick when we generate these is going to be explicit anchoring the scale every single time. I like the 10 ideas came up with. Let's generate those to start. We can choose through them and we can decide which ones to use. Make sure you keep the crucial trick of explicitly anchoring the scale every single time with, we'll just copy this. All right, so we're gonna let it do it. Normally it does one at a time, but I'm like, you know what? We don't have time to sit here and do one at a time. And we're on break. Sorry about that. I missed my break. So this is good because it's generating while we can take a moment and discuss some of the things that we're coming across. Good times, good times, good times. I was just checking my my music so I can lower it down a little bit. Yeah, so one of the things that's still not working, as I mentioned before, is the sound for the breakpoint. So it's there. We just haven't it's not picking it up to trigger it every time. So we have to make sure that it does that. That is important. I don't know what happened. I think we're doing well. We're on target. We're staying on task. Not sure. I always wonder how much of this I can actually use for YouTube, you know, for a video or for a clip, because sometimes, especially when we're doing the work, there's going to be low points, and I found that I end up chopping a lot of the empty space. So there's a lot of thought process going on. ideas like, you know, we have to think about this as we're typing it. We're kind of reading, we're typing. I don't really keep that stuff. But it's interesting because more and more I'm starting to think of when I'm going through something, I want to make sure I stay on topic and like finish the thought, because if I don't, then I'll have like a clip that has kind of like various information. Like we're talking about making this blanket, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, you know, like this mug I used to make, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, wait, I thought we were on blankets. And so the clip can't be about a blanket anymore. Now it's going to be about just an overall. And so if I'm walking through like making some edits or some changes and explaining why I'm making these, I got to stay on target as to why I'm saying that. Same thing with just like, even when we're working on one product, let's finish up that process, that work that we're doing, and not skip back and forth between things, because then it's like, okay, now we're all over the place. And in the beginning of even today's stream, one of the things we were doing was, while we were waiting for the task list to be fixed, we're like, okay, while that's fixing, let's go and take a look at where we're going to start. And that's okay, because at the same time, not everything that I'm going to be doing on stream is going to be a video or is going to be a clip or anything like that. So I'm not too worried about it. But it's just something I keep in mind now. It's like, hey, if you're working on something, work through it, finish the thought, get it done, then move on. It's the same thing with when I'm showing a feature. Don't just show the feature and then not get through the whole thing. Just gonna be like, yeah, and anyway, that's how that's done. We'll see that later. You know, if you get involved in talking about a feature on a tool that we created, or even a process that we do, follow it through, get through the whole thing. Because what's the point in bringing it up and not showing? I did find, I have to clear my voice. I'm losing my voice, by the way. I did find that whenever, on the first day when we started streaming on this channel just to test it out, I found that I was explaining something that we were doing and why we were doing it this way. And I was giving one example, but then I went into explaining this other example that I would do, but I never did that example. So it was like, kind of like, okay, if you're going to discuss something and kind of like explain, this is how I would do it, then show that. Don't just kind of like, let's discuss this so you can imagine it in your head. You know what I mean? So that's kind of something else that I think on. It's different. You know, this is so different doing a live stream of co-working and filling it with content about, you know, how this process works, why we do what we do, and answer those questions as we're working through things, is different than when we play a game, like a different stream, like a gaming stream. All we do is just freaking play the game. And if somebody asks a question about the game, they're like, oh yeah, let me show you that. That's over here. Or this is the settings that I used. And then you go kind of like discuss, as you're playing, you're discussing the game, but it's not like you have to be as visually detailed as you are when you're explaining a process. It's easier to show you the process. I guess it kind of makes sense, because I remember when we used to play, even in Scum, people would be like, oh, I don't know how to, you know, do a certain skill. And you'd be like, oh, so you need to find 2 sticks and rock. And usually you find sticks this way, and this is how you cut them down. Give me 1 second. Hello? Sorry about that. I had somebody at the gate. So that's the thing. So yeah, there is some kind of explanation that we used to do in game, but you're in the game, so it's okay. You're going to stay on task, on target. Here, you have to make sure you're going to walk through the process and show the visual of the process doing it. So I don't know. It's a little bit different. I'm going to switch over back to work, because we are ready to continue, and the timer for the break time is almost over. So let's go back here. So I noticed it's actually did a good job. I'm not going to say this one's perfect. It looks a little static, like it's stiff, but there's a couple other ones. So let's start from the top. Let's see what we have. I'm just going to go ahead and make this big so that we can see this. Let's go to monitor 2. So can I make this any bigger? Hold on a second. I'm not sure if I can. No, it's already at 250. All right, yeah, I gotta lower it down to see it here bigger, and then when we go back to the writing, I'll make it big again. So here it's not bad. I mean, it's a little stiff. It should show it laying down, so I'm gonna have to mention that. Let's look at the second one. Again, it looks a little stiff, but I know why it's doing that. It's trying to show the image. And if you start messing with it, then you're not sure, but it works. Okay. And sizing wise, it's correct. It's a little too small there because this is big and that must be a big child. I don't know if I want to keep the child in it. So I would probably cut off the baby at around the nose and mouth so we wouldn't see eyes. But I think it needs to be a little bit bigger, so we might have to change that. This is probably better to size. Again, I'm not sure about showing the baby. This works. Now this is good. This tends to be, it's small, so that probably works out well. Again, they're all very stiff. They can't be all stiff. They have to bend. And that's kind of an idea. Okay, let's see the next one. See how this one's bends a little bit? Now, this might work. I don't know if that's accurate to size. I gotta figure out which one's more accurate to size. That could be. I mean, that baby's pretty big already, but he's a binky. Again, too stiff. Very stiff. They're all very stiff. This one's good, actually. So this works out well, and we need to keep this size. So this is what we're gonna do. So now let's go back up here. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. So let's see. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this as an example because this is a really great mock-up right here. Most of them make the Lovey security blanket. How about this? Well, most of them make the product look stiff. They should fall naturally in whatever mock-up they are in. This mock-up, I love. And not only does the product look natural, and except for the design. Not only does the product look natural and correct size, and the correct size, but the baby, the child, and mother in the image are cut off appropriately to not show their faces, which I really want, which is really the direction I want to go. The only problem with this mock-up is that the artwork is not placed correctly on the product. It's not centered, and it's rotated. It's rotated slightly. Let's redo those. Let's regenerate 10 new mockups following this idea. Following these ideas and fixes. Okay, so we'll let it run. It's gonna do its thing. Like I said, they're not terrible. They're just, the problem is that they're too stiff. So this one works, but the problem is like it's showing the people. I don't really want to see the people. But since some of these are okay, like this one might be okay. I can probably use that. But I want 10 new ones that we can work from. So let's let it do its thing. I'm going to go check on something and I'll be right back. While that's working, enjoy the music. All right, sorry about that. I'm back. Where are we? Monitor 2. Okay. My kids were heading out, so I had to go see them before they leave. And I got two doggies to watch. All right, let's see what this looks like. Okay, this is better. This is definitely a lot better. Well, I mean, this is actually not better as far as the I like the placement. You know what? I could probably fix this myself. But let's see what else they got. Yeah, the actual everything's it's skewed. We need to move it. Yeah, so we need to fix that. The back of it is fine. Still, again, it needs to be correct. This makes no sense, so we're definitely not going to use that. Some of these are okay, but like it's skewed. Okay. I don't know what the heck it is. I don't understand why you keep skewing, rotating the design. This is how the image looks on the product. See how the bottom of the design is leveled with the bottom of the blanket and not diagonal. Diagonal? Yeah, that's right. Let's redo that. Place the artwork correctly based on however the mockup lays out the product. Let's try one more time, man. If you don't get it right, then I will be saying give me a blank one and I will put it there myself. Because I have the design, I can just put it there, and I have the actual this here. So let us do. You know that's actually a good idea, because we could do that. That's actually a good idea, because we could probably use these again. Let me see what this looks like. Hold on. Yeah, because we can take this, take it out of here, and put it into the blanket. I would totally do that. So if it doesn't get it right this time, what we're gonna say is like, okay, you know what? Recreate these without an image in the blankets. Hey, buddy. Hi. Come here. Oh. Hi. Pluto's here. He just wants to be held. Poor Milo. Milo's has poop issues right now because he had anesthesia yesterday. So he's like, he's not happy. It's got the squirts. Actually, they did that one right. Listen, all we need is like 3 or 4 good ones. That's it. You see this guy? Mm-hmm. All right, let's take a look now. So this is better. This is definitely better. They did a good job on that one. That is actually better too, so that's good. And by the way, we are making that book, The Tale of the Little Dragons. We're totally gonna make that book. This is wrong, so we're gonna say X that one, or we're gonna say give us the blank blanket on this one. This is fine. I mean, you know what? It's not, I know it's not bent, but at least it just shows the image. This is dumb. It's kind of floating in the air, so we're not going to use that. We need one with the back of it. That's fine. It's too big. Too big. That looks like a towel. She's holding it up, so I mean, we could say that she's holding it up. So that's not bad. This is wrong. Okay, so let's do this. All right, so this is a yes. This is a yes. This is give me this one without anything. I'll put the image myself on there. What's up, buddy? I can use that maybe. This is a no. That's a yes. This is too big. Too big. I have a feeling this is wrong. Okay. I'm just wondering if I even want to fix this one. So let's say remove the artwork from this image, from this mockup. I think I got 3. And then what we'll do is, hi buddy, we're gonna use only the I think he's tired. I'm gonna bring his cage over. Okay, cool. So we got that one. Okay. Give me 5 mock-up, 5 new mock-ups with the back pattern. So we got this one that's like that. Let me grab the ones that we're going to use. So this one is fine now because it's straight. Looks a little small, but that's okay. So we're going to download this one. Okay. This one I'm okay with. I know it's not bent, but it's okay. It happens. Okay. This one we're not using. This one we could use if it you know kind of bent a little, so I'm not sure. This one not using. This one we can use. That's actually correct. So we're going to download that one. Okay. This one's not correct. This is not correct. I don't like, it looks dark on that one. And that one, no. Okay, give me a second. I'm coming. All right, it's giving me some. That's, I don't know if that's too big. You will have to put the size around it. Maybe we'll do that. That's way too big. That's probably better. Let's see this again. Sorry. That's better, but again, they're not. It's not lined up properly. So I'm almost gonna say no. This actually, it's too big. Maybe this one works, but again, why is it? Why don't they fall properly? Okay. So let's go back for a second. We got to go way back to the beginning. They need to fall more naturally. Also, remember, all right. One more time. I keep saying one more time, and it's like we just keep doing it over and over. That's why we're working. I mean, I know this is laying down, but it's at least it looks natural. I also like the fact that when you look up close, you see it is material. So of course, every detail is not going to be perfect, but it just gives the idea. Like, we know that's a fish, right? We know that's a butterfly. There's a bird there. This is a ladybug for sure. And this one's a froggy. This is the only one that you can't... Well, you can tell it's a fish. It looks too big on there. Let's let it finish. I mean, 12. Okay, so like this is... So that basket would be... That basket's like 14 inches. I don't think that shows the image properly, so I'm going to say no. This one looks better. It's way too detailed, though. That one's correct. This one looks too dark. I think I'd lighten that up. This one's more correct. That's correct. If I get 2, I'm okay with 2. Okay. That one's okay. I'm wondering if it's too big. Well, it looks wrong. I think this is too big. And I'm trying to see where it ends, and it kind of goes too long. So I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. I'll say yes. So I'm going to download this one. This one, the color, yeah, I think it's too big. Maybe not. No, I think the size is good. I'm just not happy with the coloring. Let me show you why. Let me go up close. So like, I think it looks too detailed. As opposed to this one's a little bit softer. All right, I'm going to say no. I'm definitely saying no to that one. I'm just thinking of a little kid. So if the bottom was 12, I'm holding a 12-inch ruler here. So I'm thinking of the stroller, and I'm remembering how kids were little and their legs. This might work. This definitely, this one will work actually. The corners are weird though. Too detailed? I think those corners are weird. Maybe fix that. All right, let's see. Like I said, I just need one more. So I don't know if I want to venture off into fixing that. I'm gonna do it. Remove the artwork from this mockup. Because I think that one will work. Okay, let's see. Let me just go back. Because that one, I think that's the one I said would work too. Let me see if we downloaded it. We haven't gotten this one yet, so let's download that. Because I can put a pattern on any one of those. Remove the artwork from this mockup. Oh, I have to wait. Damn it. Is it the same kid? It looks like the other one. Oh, this is a girl. The other one's a boy. This one's she's little. She's little. Yeah. Okay. Let's grab this one. Download. All right. So none of those. We got that one. We're removing the background from that one. That was too big. That was too long. Did we take this one? Yes, we got that one. I think we got the ones from this set. Okay, let's go back one more set because I think there was a couple of older ones that were okay. This was wrong. That was wrong. This was too long. That one worked. Yes, this one's good. I think we have all the ones we need. Download this image. Yeah. That was a good one. Okay. That one works, but we didn't want the child in it. That's right. I remember that. That's too... no. That one works. Is it too big? Hold on. Let's look at the image. No, that one works. There's enough space. Wait, is there enough space? Just it's about an inch bigger than it's supposed to be, I think. It could work. It could work. All right, I'm gonna take it. I might have more than I need, so. The skew is off. Too small. Looks like a napkin. I think we got this one. Yeah, I think that's it. All right, so I think we did good. Let's get this last one. This was the last one we wanted. We can always use these later on, that's why. And, oopsie, sorry, wrong thing. Okay. So let me see if I have two at the back, in front. All right. So this is what I want to do next. I need I need a mock-up. That's for information purposes. That shows the front and back of the product. with all product details that mattered. So now we have to go back to Printify for a second. I gotta keep my phone in front of me so I can see if it rings. We're getting all the information. Okay, so it's doing its thing. So basically we just fed it the information it needs for the product, and that should be fine. Okay. Keep everything together. We'll rename it once we start cleaning them up and using them. This actually did a lot better than the tile patterned crib fitted sheet, like the baby crib fitted sheet. That was a nightmare. This is almost done. All right, so we'll let that finish off. I think we can mark this one off. And we got to double check on the other crib ones. Okay, that's good, except it needs to be more square. Can that fit? I think we can use that. Let's find out. I think that would work, but I want to double check. I just want to see information wise. I'm just going to pick one at random here. Like this one. I'm not really interested in the product. I want to see their... Okay, so yeah, it's not perfectly squared. Here's some square ones. Yeah, we can use that. Okay. What's good is that we can actually use that also for like Instagram or something. So I'm good with that. I could ask it to give me another one, but no. That works. Okay, thank you. That's all we needed for that. So this is good. Let's go ahead and download this, but basically has all the information on it. Let's see, 100% customizable. Customizable on both sides and edges. No, we don't want that. And sewn. Remove. Customizable on both sides and edge to edge. This is good that I like to read my stuff. Approximately hand towel size, small security lovey. Customizable on both sides. Hand sewn, that's fine. Soft plush fleece, that's fine. Lightweight, easy for babies' house to snuggle. Ideal for baby showers, birthdays, and keepsakes for kids. Remove for kids. Remove for kids. Blank products. What happened here? Sorry, we had a little issue there with the music. Man, it got dark in this room real quick because I think there's a shower coming or something. Let me see if I can't turn my lights on because I think my switch is off. What else am I removing? Blanket product sourced from China. Yeah, we're going to remove that too. Blank product sourced from China. We don't need that. Blank product sourced from China. % polyester base. Soft plush double-sided design. Front and back can both be customized. Change under double. Change text under double-sided design to read full artwork on front and back. Compact comfort size, or little hands and carrying, that's fine. Machine wash cold, the care instructions is fine. Okay, everything else is good. Everything else is good. Just adjust spacing based on the removals. All right. Let's see what it does. So that's good. I think let me look at looking at the list. I want to see what we have for the crib sheet because I think we have a lot of the crib sheet stuff already. I just need to find it. Canvas prints, pillow. Where is my crib sheet? Yeah, here it is. Okay. That's a towel pattern, so I'll leave that there. What I'm going to trick is this, and these. Okay. Did we X them? I think we did. Okay, good. All right. No, why did you change my layout? God, that's horrible. No, this is horrible. No. I told him not to move. Didn't I just say everything else is good? Just adjust the spacing based on removal? I didn't say to change his style. Oh, all right. Hold on. I didn't want you to change this. Didn't want you to change the style. Change the style branding you did on the first layout. Just correct the details. So take the information from the this first screenshot and lay it out in the style and branding of the second screenshot. Come on now. I don't know how much easier I can make that. Well, this is when it's like it's getting tired. It's like I need a coffee break. It is on break time. Man. All right, I'll take a break time. So I've been working a lot longer this morning on this mock-up. But you know, in the end, I think it's important that you spend the whatever amount of time you need to on these. What's funny is that I actually block out 2 hours for a lot of these tasks. So most of the time, it'll be less than 2 hours, but it's good to block off 2 hours for them because as you're making them, like let's say for the mock-up, making up the mock-ups, sometimes when it comes to frames and canvases, for example, those are easy because I have tons of frames and canvas mock-ups already that I can just throw in the artwork into and it's going to be fine. And so not a lot changes there. So yeah, definitely those can probably be done in less than half an hour, depending on how many I'm doing. And when it comes to blankets, probably the same thing because we already have a number, like blankets and pillows. We have a number of mock-ups already done from canvas and pillows. I'm sorry, from blankets and pillows. And so therefore changing those or making new mock-ups of those is not difficult because of the fact that all you do is changing the artwork and maybe we'll change the style of the room that the mock-up is in or like the colors that are used. Maybe there's a piece of art in the back that doesn't go with the blanket that you're using. I don't know, something along that lines. So yeah, you can tailor them. That might take a little longer, but again, you know, maybe you're looking at half an hour a task, but you block out 2 hours in the event that you really have to change things up. These other non-standard items, like a crib sheet, a fitted crib sheet for a baby, which is self-explanatory when I say crib. I don't think adults sleep in a crib. And then like the little Lovey blanket, which is a security blanket. These are kind of out of the norm. These are not standard products. So because of that, the mock-ups are going to take a little longer, and you're going to like really try to specialize or fine tune how you're going to display them, what, you know, kind of the thing, everything that's around them. And so you're going to fine tune little details. So you're going to spend a lot more time on these. So these will definitely take the 2-hour block. In fact, I've been on for 3 hours and 49 minutes now, which I'm trying to keep the stream to 4 hours. And I've technically really have only done one of these products, but we did do some other stuff. But anyways, but see, that's what I mean. But I think the mock-up part didn't take the 3 hours that we've been on. But that's kind of the way it rolls. All right, I did do this. Because we're pressed for time, I'm going to go ahead and go back in, even though we are at the break time. I'm going to continue working. So going back to monitor 2 for a second, it did do it right this time, because originally it really messed up. Like it made it this simple image. I'm like, no. When it was made this beautiful one before it. So we said, hey, fix that. So it did. It went ahead and made this right. Let's just read it to make sure that everything's correct. So we're looking at hand sewn. We're looking at lightweight. We're looking at ideal for baby showers and so forth. Super soft Minky Baby Lovey blanket will be a child's best friend to snuggle and feel secure with as they grow into a toddler and beyond. Incredibly plush poly fleece, hand sewn, blah, 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 blah. Can be customized front and back, edge to edge for an adorable forward, back, edge to edge for an adorable, unique gift. Okay. So we're not customizing it. That's the one thing it needs to understand. Okay. In this part, change the text. Can be customized to with original artwork okay, with original artwork, front and back, edge to edge for it. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Do not change anything else. Okay. Oh, it's just that one piece. The reason why I want to change that, down at the bottom where it says it can be customized front and back, it's taking that directly from the Printify, because Printify is telling us as the designers that you can take this product and customize it edge to edge. But when we sell it with already the design on it, we don't want to say can be customized, because that basically sounds as it can be personalized. And we're not doing personalization on any of this. Not at this time. So I just have to make sure that that's not there. Those little things matter. And I think a lot of people, when they're working, even with these details, what they're having AI create these type of mock-ups or these informational sheets like this, they may not read it word for word. And they may miss these little things that it says that is something that it's not. And that's really important, that you have to like really take a look at that, really pay attention. I'll be honest, there have been times that things have slipped by me and I'm like, ooh, how did that get there? And then I have to go back and be like, nope, that's not what we do. I don't know why I made two different ones, but so it's two examples for us. I kind of like the first one better. I'll grab both just in case because I can use them. As long as they don't say anything about customizing, then I'm good. So like this one. Yeah, this one's fine. So I'm gonna grab this one image. That way I have an option because I can always use it on a different, like if we do a post or something. This first one, no, we're not going to use. So that's the one we want to rewrite. Oh, geez. Really? I meant to do that. I meant to please do that in this mockup. So stupid. You see what it did? I mean, it's being a smartass now. Like, it knows what we're working with, but I gave it just that section. I should, and maybe I misspelled because I wrote this as part. I should have said in this part, which is my mistake. But then it said, okay, I'll change that. And so it changed it. So now it's like, you meant, that's what you meant. You get what you ask for, man. That's what it's saying. Thanks a lot, ChatGPT. Way to throw that in. All right, I'm gonna push this over to the side right now so I can open up Photoshop over here because we need to work on this script sheet next. Let's see if we can get both of these done. So last time we worked on this, I asked it to give me some mockups with the blank backgrounds. So let's see. I think it did it, but I just want to make sure. Yeah, we're doing transparent backgrounds on this. And then one of them had the wall that was the wrong color, so we're going to fix that really quickly. So what we'll do is we're going to block off this area here. And then we're going to... Hey, quiet down. And then we're going to choose the color, which is this color. Put this in the back. And only in that section, we're going to fill in there we go. So we're just filling in the wall. The wall was missing some of the some of that. So by the way, the only thing that it did wrong, which I'm going to fix by taking the other one, because originally, if you look at this artwork is much softer. So what I'm doing is I'm going to grab this one. Hold on. Trying to finish up this part here. Okay. So we can grab this one as an example. Because we're going to grab those images from the top of it. So when we come back down to like this one, you'll notice that the images are like a little darker because it's been regenerating the image. So we can change those two to be the actual artwork. And in fact, we do have the artwork of the actual product already. So we can just drop those in. So we're going to drag this out here. Okay, so that one is done. So what we need to do is drag the downloads into there, which is these 3 here. And then I just have to go through them. Get that out of the way. Okay. So we're going to do these real quick. So we're going to put this long one here. So we don't want to make it bigger than it is. So we try to keep it the actual size that it supposedly is. So I'm just looking at shaping this to be the right size. And then once we have it where it's supposed to be, then we'll skew it. So like right there. So what I need to do now is I need to bring it down a bit here. So we're going to try to skew it so that we can do that without really messing it up too much. And we'll see if we can do this. Otherwise, we might need to make it a little bit bigger. But let's see what we have first. So we're going to go to transform. We'll say, I think it's skew. That's not going to work. All right, so I got to do something else. Hold on. Let's go to perspective. Is it perspective? Maybe it's perspective. The problem is it doesn't go all the way to the bottom. So I might have to drag it down a little bit. Let's see if I can do it this way. It's not distort. Let's try perspective. No, it's not perspective either. Well, it is actually perspective because it's one of these. I just can't make it any bigger. So the perspective is correct. It needs to be a little bit bigger, but okay, I think that would work because it's showing it on both sides. So it's not much different. Okay. And it has it on the sides there, so that's good. Okay. That works. So we're going to change that little image there. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and save this. Export. We have to do something to this corner here. Damn it, I didn't see that. I will fix that, but we'll leave it there for now. I need to fix that little area there. Okay, so now this is going to be simple. It's the same thing, same concept. Now this is the one that we're going to actually, yeah, we can use this one, it's fine. We're gonna make this one smaller. So do perspective on this one again. Okay, so that works also, but this one we're going to end up cutting to make it shorter because of the this little part down here at the bottom. But for now we're going to export it this way and say export, call it number 2, and we're going to change the rooms around also to make them a little bit more creative. So I'm going to say export to, yeah. So we got that one. This is the last one. So this one's weird. Let me close this one out. Say no. Does this have the same problem at the top? So we're going to do a layer underneath it. No, not underneath it, just on the top. So first we're going to select that area up to about there. We're going to select the color from the wall, which is going to be like that color there, I think. Actually, that color is probably right. Add a background, put it here, fill that in. Looks a little off, so see if we can pick the right one. Let's do this again. That's not what we want. We need to make it to the size, like right there. Do that again. Yeah, it seems darker for some reason. It doesn't seem right. That's not right either. It's so weird. It's not the right color. Try one more time. That's better. Okay. So now we got that. Then below it, we're going to add our image again. Oh, come on. Okay. Export that one. And we'll frame them better and, like I said, change the backgrounds, but for the most part, these are done. And I want to change the doll on it too. It doesn't always have to be that one. Okay. I got to make one of these smaller, and then I end up making one more mock-up of like informational the way we did that other one. Kind of like this one here that we did, but we don't have to do that right now. Let's go back to multi-box for a second. And I think with those three mock-ups on, we can mark that one off because, like I said, there's only one other mock-up, but we pretty much did that. The pillow mock-ups we still need to do, canvas print mock-ups we still need to do, and then we have to do the rest. But I think that's going to be it for today. I think we did a really good job. I'll go ahead and pause the timer. I think we did a good job on that. We'll see how this looks as far as this natural light without all the background lights. It just seems to fit this stream better because the other ones with the blue light in the back and the live on air, it's a little bit more distracting. So I think this kind of like just helps the style. Although I do believe that this is a little darker because it's cloudy today. So it's darker than it normally would be. I have a big window up above me that actually just shines in. So we'll adjust the lighting as we go. We may try putting the lights on in the back, like on top, to see if it makes a difference. Actually, let me try that. Give me 1 second. So this makes the room like more glowy, I think. Like too golden. So we could probably change that to white. Give me a second. Let me see if I can do that. So we can do, I believe it's this one. Or this one. This one. There we go. So that's actually good. We can do that. Because that way we're not like in a dark room. So it makes sense. Let me see what it looks like on the other ones. Yeah, that's a lot better. The other one was so moody. Right? Look at this. Moody. Ready? Moody. Not moody. So this is too yellow. Now I have another one. But this gives us like the ambiance. We don't want that. Go back to white. There we go. Okay. Well, now we know what we can use. We'll use the white light above. We have a little bit of the streamer light in front of us, so that actually helps. But good times. Anyways, come to the end of our stream. Thanks for hanging out with me. Hope today was interesting. As we're rolling around, we're getting more and more comfortable doing this. Obviously, we are just trying out this new channel for just co-working. So we're still kind of fine-tuning our interface, our just everything, and kind of make it to where it's a little bit more mainstream when we actually work. I love explaining what I do, but I know I need to be quiet sometimes, so we just chill and listen to the music. So more and more as I get comfortable in doing this again, because this is, like I said, look, it says it on the chat. says it on the title. Somewhere in the chat on the interface it said it too. This helps me fix my isolation issue from working from home. So at some point, it's just going to be music and me being able to focus and do work. Right now, there's just a lot of the getting comfortable, explaining things first, so where I'm comfortable just staying quiet. And let me explain why. For 8 years, I have been streaming as a chatty streamer. Like basically, while I'm playing games, I'm talking. I'm talking about everything we're doing. I'm talking about the game. I'm having coffee chat. We're talking about life. We're talking about lessons. We're talking about everything. I tell you stories, whatever. I've been doing that for 8 years. So I'm so used to just chatting on the on the stream. But now that I want to switch and just kind of focus on co-working and like focus together and have some cozy music in the background, I have to dial back the chattiness. I have to keep story time to the chat, like the coffee breaks in between. So I'll get there. It's going to take me a little longer to get comfortable with that again, with the being quiet. But it's so weird. I worked this hard to be able to chat on stream, and now I got to go backwards. Anyhow, hope you have a good rest of your day. Enjoy yourself, whatever you're doing. Do something for yourself. Remember that if you're not happy, nobody else around you is happy. So as long as you're not hurting anybody or yourself, do what makes you happy. Until next time, I'm out. Peace.